Hello, another stream. Let me quickly update the statistics, the number of lines of code. So the numbers grow quickly right now because I'm writing a new system, which is the grid-based, turn-based dungeon fight system. And I'm trying to make quick progress here, so it's like the gameplay loop of the dungeon fights should be closed soon, so I can test it and then I further iterate on it. And yesterday, let's look at what we have right now. Yesterday I added the ability for the fights to have multiple actors. Like that worked already before, but now the actors actually get to make a move. And the game decides if it's an enemy or if it's us. So at the beginning it's me. I can make a move. And then the enemy makes a move. And right now the enemies can only walk around to a random position. But that's okay, because that tells me that they do at least something. And the turn-based system works in a very simple form right now. But we can only make one move, like one action per turn. But later I'm going to implement a stamina system which will allow us to make as many turns as we can, if as given we have stamina left. So different moves require different, like consume different amounts of stamina. For example, like walking one tile will probably consume one stamina, and maybe can walk like next to the enemy and then do an attack if we have stamina left. But right now it's not possible because our turn will always end after our action has ended. So I've implemented this end turn thing, which lets us just wait without doing anything. That should also be possible. It will probably later not be called end turn, but something like wait. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. Like you can get both meanings. So what's the next thing? Before I started streaming, I've written down a long to-do list of what has to be done next. But I can, like, it's not, the order is not strict. I can do one or the other first. Like, maybe I want to do like right now, the fight actions. They are like very instantaneous. When we make a move, we just move to the next tile position without interpolation. So maybe I want to change that now. But that forces me to solve the problem that we can right now only save integer values for the action data and not, well, that's actually easy to solve, I think. Well, it's not like the solution is easy, but time consuming. I'm not sure if I want to do that right now because that would delay other stuff. I think I will leave as is right now and everything will be instantaneous, and later I will make animations possible, because the animations they are not necessary to make the fights work in general. It's fine if they come later. Okay, rounds are basically implemented, so I can remove that. So here we update the simulation. We look for actions in the queue, and if we don't have any actions left, we say the turn is over, but that's the point when I want to decide if there's stamina left. And then we can let the yeah, that's the location where we where the anime AI happens. But maybe I want to put that in another method. Yeah, let's call it like that and give it an actor. And for safety, let's just make sure it's not a squad member. I think it should never be, but who knows? If I make a bug, it will at least tell me. Wait, if it's not a squad actor, then we do that. So for now we can only move, but later add more options like attack and stuff. That means I call AI simulate on the list. Does that get current actor? And here already check if it's not a squad member. So actually that's redundant. But I don't know if I will call this from another location of code in the future. Like I'm also thinking about calling it in the update method. In the simulation method here, instead of turn over, we check for stamina first and then call it again. But stamina has not been implemented yet in the fights. So here I want to call like grid fight. Unit is better here. Oh, that's okay. yeah, I need a prefix here. Action effect. So every method in the grid fight that does something on the grid or to the fight, like it basically every method that we call during the simulation that changes the state of the fight. I want to have this prefix so I can distinguish the methods, because there will be many methods in this class. It will be bloated, but that's okay since I have the prefixes. Those will bring some visibility to the methods and searchability, because I can just search for the prefixes and I can easily look at them. But that means I have to go into, since I changed the method name, I need to go here and also change it here. So do I have any other effects right now? I don't think so. Like later there will be public void action effect touch floor, which every unit will call upon entering a new tile on the grid. Which will trigger local traps if there is a trap on the grid tile. But we don't have traps right now, but at least I will know that I need to implement it later. It's also my to-do list that's not inside the code, which is a bit annoying to have multiple. I also have a physical to-do list in a book, like when I go for a walk every morning, I sometimes take with me this book, and then when I on the walk like come up with ideas, I put it into the book. Sometimes I put it into my phone. So I actually have 3 different to-do lists that share some content, but all of them are unique. I have like unique items. I don't like, I have to be, how do I put that? I have to keep the oversight over all the different to-do lists. Let's see, what do I want to do? Like, should I do the stamina thing yet? Maybe, why not? Maybe another little thing I will do, which should be done in very soon, is I want to have walls on top of the screen, so the grid does not extend to the upper end of the screen. And right now it does, but up here maybe some enemies are larger. I know that some are, so they will be off screen on the most upper grid tile. And I also don't want, most of my button presses in my game happen in the lower half of the screen, because all the UI and the menus are implemented on the lower half most of the time. So only the dungeon fights, the player has to sometimes click up here something, but actually they can use the arrows or click on the grid. At first, when I thought about implementing the path thing, I thought about like if the player should draw the path with the finger on the smartphone screen. And I can, like, I've done things like that before and it's not hard, but I'm not sure if I want to do that, because right now I have 2 input methods of paths, like clicking on the end And then the pathfinder finds the path, or we can manipulate this path using the arrows, or we can like create the path completely by using the arrows. Since the pathfinder will always create the same path, but maybe we want to go somewhere else. Maybe we don't want to do this shortest path. Maybe we want to do a detour. So I already have 2 ways of input. And the third one being like drawing the path by finger swipes. I'm not sure if I want to do that. Also, I've not yet tested this grid on a phone screen, so maybe this is even too small to be operated like comfortably. What's the word? Comfortable. So I didn't mess up the fight progression. It still works. Later I want to make an animation when we toggle on or off this grid, but it's also visual and not very important right now. But eventually I want to have that because it's easy. But I want this upper row of cells, I will remove them, so the grid will not be cubic anymore, like it will not be the same width and height, but that's okay. So let's, in the grid fight, change the stuff around a bit. So we have to make this 8. No, let's first just render the walls without changing the grid. And then we can see how many, if I have to remove 1 row or even 2. I think 1 is going to do. But maybe it's better to even remove 2. But I want, of course, not to remove too many rows, because that shrinks the amount of playground for the fights. So there's this balance between the grid must not be too dense, so we can click each tile with the finger easily on the phone screen. But on the other hand, the more space I have, the more I can like use the space for gameplay. So there's this game design decision to be made. And right now it's not, like right now everything is hard coded, so this is the size of each grid. But I could make it like abstract and put a variable here, so I could like test different grid sizes quickly. But I already like the 20 pixel grid size. Like it's not 20 screen pixels, but world space. It's going to be a different number of pixels on each phone depending on the screen size and like the physical screen size and like the number of inches the screen has. Let's see. Yeah, let's just render at the end the walls, and for that I have another thing, because you can also enter dungeon rooms but not inside of a fight, but some rooms contain farms or other stuff, restrooms, so there's other gameplay in the dungeon, like you can loot different types of rooms, libraries and so on, and look at chests in the room. And that, so I already implemented the wall rendering once, but I need to find the location of that. Let's just go very basic to the dungeon walls and see where we use them in the code. So that's inside of here. Let's just put this here. And it seems that I think I remember that I hard coded the walls. those. Where do I fill those with information? Because this is just an array of bytes, and those are offsets into the sprite sheet. But it seems I don't, like, at least in that case, I don't use the menu dungeon. Farm. See, we have the walls here. And then I call this. And the walls are hard-coded. So I can just copy that, bring it to the grid fight. And then copy that. Wait, I already did do that here. And then I draw that. What is it missing? X, Y. Let's look at it. So that's rendered on top of everything else, on top of the grid, on top of the actors, which will look funny at first, and later it will, yeah, it has to be rendered. Right now we can't walk behind it. So it will be fine if I just remove one row. And then I render this first, since everything else should be rendered on top. But those tiles should not. How much do I need? 4. So let's see how that looks. And now the grid and the tile highlight goes beyond the wall, but the floor tiles do not. So yeah, later I want to have, like, when the fight system works and I start dealing with the look of the room and the different variations, maybe I will pre-bake the room layouts maybe I will do a mix between pre-baked rooms and randomly generated rooms, or maybe the pre-baked rooms are completely pre-baked, or maybe I will pre-bake like small portions of the room and make combinations of those pre-baked parts to create a room layout. So I'm not sure about that yet, but that's something for the future to deal with. So now I need to remove one row from the grid and then make sure that nothing breaks here. The map bounds should be now 8. And the pathfinder, of course, should not walk past, like I think the grid already handles that. Where's the walk function here? It already checks the get, and if it's beyond the height it will return false, so it cannot walk there. Maybe that's it already. The grid must be, of course, rendered only let's see. Those are the vertical ones and those are the horizontal ones. So that should be fine. Then this should also be fine. Ah, see, tile blocked. I could make this abstract so I have a fixed, like a variable for height and width. But I think I will probably leave it as is right now. 9 by 8 tiles. Just enough, hopefully. Let's test it. And I hope my internet will not drop today, because yesterday my stream was ending very suddenly after my internet was out. Okay, nice. We can now not click up here. We cannot move there. We cannot. Oh, maybe I should still have a bug here. When I click the red one, it thinks that we created a new path. So when I click an arrow up here, we call this so only if there is actually a path we want to make it true here, but not if we didn't change it. So I'm planning to do a long stream today. That's also why I started so early. Okay, now this is not happening anymore. Nice. You can also not move into the enemy, and I'm not sure if I will keep it like that, or if I will allow like no clip, or if they will always block themselves. Like, it depends. Like, it could be a gameplay element that you have to plan your moves accordingly so you never block yourself, or maybe some of the different classes will have abilities to bypass somebody. That could also be nice. But if I want the enemy to also be able to bypass units, I need to like improve the pathfinder a bit, because right now it can only find direct paths, not any special things like blocked, like bypassing something that is normally blocking the path. So the flee button doesn't right now not work. But that's okay for now. Okay, nice, that went quickly. We now have the wall up in the upper end of the screen. And maybe now I should implement the stamina system. So let me make that my next task. So the stamina will now be fixed at first, but later I will take the stamina, like when we spawn, like if it's a squad member, we take the stamina of the squad member, which can differ depending on a few requirements or dependencies. And also the enemies have like different types, like there's a tanky enemy which will probably have lower stamina than quick ones. I don't like that this is here, but maybe I will collapse it just for now. Let's see, how big did the old dungeon fight class get? The old one was 1100 lines of code, and the new one is already 700. But the old system, like most of the logic happened in the actions. So the action system, yeah, then there was this system which was called this class, which I used to call fight utils, and it did a bunch of stuff dealing with the dungeon. fights, the old ones, and it had also 1000 lines of code, and then there were also the menus. But let's see. So we want to consume stamina when we when we add a new action, we want to consume stamina. But there are also ways to get back stamina later, but then I will deal with that later. Consume stamina, make that private. So we'll just say actor.stamina minus change stamina. So this is not handling, like this is always consuming the stamina regardless if we are already at 0. And I just have to make sure I never call this if you don't have enough stamina. But I have to somewhere, like in the code, make the check if we have enough stamina, but I don't think this method is the right place for that. Because this should only be called to actually use the stamina. So I have to put it in every method. So when we call add action plan path, we must also like grant stamina when we increase the round. And that will be some fixed number right now, and maybe I need to balance it later. So let's, for all actors, no, I mean size. Maybe I also should put a boolean here, dead, so we don't do it. So this continue is probably redundant since it will leave the loop anyways. So let's flip it. make sure we don't overshoot the max stamina. And then I must display our stamina in several menus. So maybe I need to I will think about that later. So here I need to consume stamina on the move. I'm not sure if I want to add stamina to each move, so I can just consume it here. Maybe let's do that for now. I can change it later. Not sure yet if like the stamina cost should be the same for every, like for basic stuff like moving it should be 1, of course. Let's say this is 3 and this is 0. But later when an enemy makes a unique move, like let's say we have a, actually already do have a few types of enemies. I can show a few. Let's see, we have this weird eye type of enemy, and this guy will probably have a unique attack. So maybe I already did a animation where he opens it, like does something with his eye, and maybe at that stage he will shoot a beam of light or something. So that will be probably very unique to this enemy. And I'm not sure how I will implement the unique attacks in the system, if they will also be just moves in this enum. Oh yeah, it depends, I'm not sure yet. I will probably also have like basic melee, attack melee. I'm just not sure if I want every melee attack to consume the same amount of stamina for every type of unit, or if it will differ. Like for example, like on our side, on the players' characters, we have 6 different classes. For example, dagger, sword fighter, and so on. And I'm not sure yet if an attack with a dagger, a melee attack, and a sword attack should have the same stamina cost. So I will make it fixed for now, but I can in the future make that more complex. But that way I can, inside of this add action method, get the action by ID by using the first information in the data array, because I always put the ID of the move in here, so I can, because that's the way I store the stuff inside of this list. This is a matrix containing all the action data in a arbitrary order. Like the order here is I don't have to explain that right now, it's not important, but we have multiple data, like right now we have two data structures. One contains the list of actions and the other one, like the one is actually a queue containing the actions in the correct order, and those integers inside are just indices into this matrix, into the rows of this matrix. So that means since we look up by index, we can, like, the order here is irrelevant, and I also like look for the next free slot. So this thing doesn't grow. Like I look for the one first entry which has a -1 as the first number. That means it's a free slot, and we can put the next one in here and then use the index to call it later. But even like the dungeon fights will not be so crazy, I think, so it wouldn't even matter if I just didn't look for the next free slot and just appended it at the end, and later, no, I wouldn't even have to clean it up because it wouldn't grow so big. But it also was a few lines of code, so why not? So we get the action, and it's hopefully not null. We don't check it here, because if it's null, it should just crash, and then I will find the location where I inputted the wrong data. So that's a crash I actually want to see if it's in the game, so I can fix it. So let's see, we just want to take the actor. Yeah, that's a bit annoying that I pass this, but the reason is that this function call then creates an array that I can just pass on to the matrix. That means I put it into the array and then I have to get it back again, but that's okay. Otherwise I could enter these parameters as their old type, not as integers, and then here concat the new array, but that's creating like a few garbage arrays. So here we consume. So let's do a quick way of displaying the different stamina amounts. but only in debug mode, so I can hide it. Let's do it like that. Ah, that's the middle of the tile, but that's okay. And when I move, I consume, and then we get back stamina. And we get back 5 after every round. It's nice. Okay, the basic stamina system is working, but the system right now doesn't care if we use more than there is in most cases. Like, yeah, I think so. So now inside of here, no. When I compile the list of possible actions for us, I must now make sure that I take the stamina into consideration for different moves. Wait, is the stamina not public? And the other ones shouldn't consume anything, so it's fine. So right now I don't add them, but I could also show them and just like make them not clickable. That's also a variation. Oh wait, I also need to and then when we render the option, I can put the option usable dot thing here, and it will still draw the card of the option, but in another way. So So let's, for testing that, make the break rock cost 20, so it's never possible. It will test the system of if the action is doable. So right now nothing is doable actually. Why is that? Don't we have any stamina at the beginning when we enter that menu? No, we do actually. I guess I flipped the boolean. Because of course these one should be visible every time. And the break rock thing is not, but that's also because we're not next to a rock. Now we are, but we cannot use it. Like we can, but we should not use it, be able to. Then we do the thing, else we say or we could even display it in the game. Yes, okay, nice. And now when we enter the dungeon move, we can pass in, like you can say usable stamina. And make it this. That means we can now actually only walk as far as much stamina as we have. But the enemies don't care about stamina right now, they just try to go somewhere, but yeah, now we can only go 5 tiles. Like the path consists of 6 tiles, but that's because it contains our start position as well. Okay, nice. That was easy. So now we cannot possibly move our unit more than the stamina we have. That's nice. Maybe later, like, no, if I change the stamina per move, maybe that will happen. Not sure how much the number is going to be of the base of the usual stamina that the unit has at the beginning of the fight. Like if I make it a small number, I can display it in nice ways. Like if it was like 10 stamina max, I could just display it as an array of icons. But if that's not useful, because like it doesn't give me a big enough range to make a variation of costs for moves, then maybe I want to push it to 100 stamina. So I have more numbers to play with, let's put it like that. Like I can then make like maybe a squad class that has light armor, only uses 1 stamina per move, and the heavy armor use 2, maybe something like that. So now let's try to make the enemies also use the stamina when they try to pathfind. So we calculate the path. So this stamina I put in here is only needed by the player, because that number is used to draw the path, and if we overshoot this number, the path will turn red, so it's resembling the distance we can walk. But since we don't show the path sprites for the enemies, we don't have to put something meaningful here. But when we calculate the path that is valid, I can now check the path data and see if it's too long, and then find another one. That means I can also change those numbers. So where do I do the check? Well, it's path. So let's give the AI more tries to find a valid path. And will now only use the stamina it has. But this is only the very dumb way to move the enemies. Later it will be more sophisticated. We'll probably later like look at all tiles that are free, and then like find out what tile is interesting for the enemy, like ones that are next to an enemy and next to their enemy, which is us, which is our units, and then decide which unit to attack and so on. So now this one like used all of his stamina. Okay. So now I have to decide if I want to display the stamina to the player yet, or if I will do that later. But I'm not yet sure where to display it, because we have multiple menus. Of course, we can display it in the main menu of the fight. And also in the move menu, no, in the move menu as well, we need it there. And we can also decrease the bar dynamically if we change the path. So we can like visually see, oh, I'm like using stamina here if I will make this move. And maybe I will even make it more sophisticated in the future when you try to make a move, it will display the other moves that will be possible afterwards, like the fight moves. So it will tell you immediately, if you make this move, you cannot attack anymore. Or it will like all the different classes will have multiple different fighting moves. So I could display a list of icons which resemble these different moves, and the ones we don't have enough stamina for after making the path, we can like gray out. So the player's able to quickly visually notice, like, okay, if I move there, I don't even have to do the calculation in my mind. Like the game is telling me afterwards, I will then still be able to like do a melee attack or shoot an arrow or something. I guess I will do that. Let me write that down here somewhere so I don't forget. That's nice, because otherwise maybe the player would be annoyed if they like moved somewhere and then see, oh, I don't have enough stamina to do my next move, so I have to wait again. Why didn't I calculate it before? Like, and then the gameplay would be very annoying. We would go into the pathfind menu, look at the path, see, okay, then I have 5 left. Okay, go back to the attack menu, click on the attack, see, okay, this is consuming 7, and then do the little calculation. So it's this annoying going back and forth between menus. I want to avoid that, because I know for myself that's very annoying when I play games, or also when I play this game. Hello. Nice to see you again. Like, may I ask which time zone you live in? Like, is this a reasonable time for you to watch a stream, or is it like midnight? Hello, I see you pretend to like learn German, I think. Ah, you're in the UK. Okay, then you're fine. Like I'm sometimes thinking about like I do my streams in English on purpose to reach a bigger audience, but also like who from the US is going to watch my stream, like depending on the time zone. So I think about like when should I stream to get the biggest audience. Like, not that I'm after a big audience in general, but like you think about it. Yeah, and I also like I'm of course way more fluent in German since it's my like native language, and it would be a bit more enjoyable for me to stream in German. But it's also like nice to get more fluent in English by doing streams in English. Like I don't know how much you've missed from the dungeon fight system, but it changed a bit. Like it's now I think I shouldn't mix the language. I should stick with one. And since I already started in English, I think I will stick to that. And I'm fine. And like, it used to be harder for me. My first streams, I wasn't even using a microphone. And then later I started like using a microphone, but didn't talk. And then I started talking little. And then yeah, like it's not a problem yet since I don't have many viewers. And maybe a solution will form when the problem arises, like when I start to get mixed language viewers, I will decide how to handle it. But that's a nice problem to have, which I sadly do not have right now, to have many viewers. But that's also nice because it's a bit nerve-wracking, like if you have many viewers. I've been rated a few times, like I think 2 times in my past. And it was very nerve-wracking, like to talk to 10 people about my game. So that's where I'm at with the grid fight system. Like all the actors, like we have now multiple actors, and the AI now does pathfinding, and also the different rounds or the different turns happen after each other in a certain order. And we consume stamina if we make a move, which is right now displayed as these debug numbers. And also the AI now makes moves and consumes stamina. Okay, let's see what should I do next? Yeah, it's based on the actual tiles we move, not the direct beeline. I guess that's how most grid-based systems do it. Like this will... Right now the UI does not show how much we consume. I will do that later, because right now I just want to make the core system work and add more functionality to that. So I guess up here I will probably have something that says like stamina and then a bar, and it will like dynamically adjust to the path we are doing, like it will decrease. But at least the path is like correctly showing now that this is too much. We cannot do that. Yeah, like moving one tile right now only costs 1 stamina, but that could change in the future. I also have this attack melee action, but I have not implemented it yet, because there's no health system right now in the fights. And I'm like right now thinking about what to add next, what would be useful to add next. Like if I add the health system, then afterwards I need to add the pathfinding is nice, but it's not perfect. There's some bug in the A-star algorithm, because I think I don't do the Euclidean distance. Where is it? Yeah, here I calculate the distance, I think, but that's not Euclidean distance. But that's all. Is that Manhattan distance? I'm not sure. Yeah, I haven't played that many games that have a grid-based fight system. I have to think about if I ever have. Like the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, I don't know if you know them. They're grid-based, and I'm not sure if the movement in that games have any cost or if they're free. But in that, like in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you can only move one tile and then every other enemy will move one tile. So it's like they will follow you every step if they are not ranged attack Pokemon. But here you can move multiple tiles and then the next unit moves around. You can also end the turn and just like do nothing and it does not consume anything, and then the next unit is doing something. Like, I'm not sure, like it just came to my mind, like it would be useful to, maybe it's annoying in the end when I play the game, and yeah, I think it's annoying that moving costs stamina. But there are like different types of armor in the game. There's heavy and light armor, and I thought about making the light armor users like consume less stamina per move, so that the armor, like the heavy armor of course has a bigger defense value, so the light armor must have a different bonus to make up for the difference. You mean like have a threshold of maybe say 2 or 3 or something, and everything below that doesn't consume any stamina, and then only after going beyond that I start. That's also possible. Maybe that could also be a feature in the in the system. Not everybody is able to do that, but maybe like a certain class has a. Oh, you mean like you go 5 tiles and it costs 5 stamina, but every tile after that costs more than 1. Is that the idea? Ah, yeah, that's the version I first said. Like all movements until a certain threshold don't cost anything, and then afterwards, after the threshold, it costs a certain amount per tile. Yeah, that could be. That could like, yeah, but then I would still have to like in the current system. If I made that, I could just make one move and then one move, like one, just never go further than the threshold in one path. That would bypass the system like right now. And maybe that's something I want to work on. Like you can only make one move right now, regardless of how much stamina you have left after the move. But I want to like be able to do multiple things in one turn. Could be like I will probably not make it a feature that will be there all the time. Maybe it's something special like there are also like scrolls in the game. Those are like different types of scrolls that the squad is able to equip, and they have different abilities, like bigger health bar, travel faster in the dungeon or something, or bigger inventory. Also, most of them are, of course, dealing with the fight system. And I could make this as a scroll, so if you have the scroll equipped, like, it could say like the first 2 moves are free, or a squad member that has less than 20% of health will have less cost for movements, so he can flee from certain situations where he's like in a pity or something, like when he's in a pickle, then he can escape. Maybe something like that. I guess I will, if I add this system of like free moves, I will probably do it as a scroll. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, as soon as I finish the squad fight, these grid fights, like not finish them, but like make them working. As soon as that happens, I will give the game to a few friends to let them test it. Like, they've never seen it, but I know that I'm working on a game, and I've not yet shown it to them because I want to have this, like, the surprise moment when they first time see the game, and like they also don't know that they know that I streamed it, but they never looked me up. They never saw a stream, so they don't know how my game looks and plays. And I like the situation when you present it for the first time. I've had that before, like a few years ago when I was already working on this game. It used to be in a semi-finished state. Like, all this dungeon stuff wasn't in there, but there was only the overworld of the game. But that was finished at that time. But it of course had less features than it has right now, and it was less polished. But it was kind of complete, like the gameplay loop was complete. You could place buildings, trade with traders and so on, do simple quests. Of course it wasn't very interesting, but that was only a simple test. And so I already had the situation where I could show my game to somebody for the first time and see their reaction to different things in the game, and it was very interesting because, like, of course, things that were very normal to me, they were surprised by stuff, like they were clicking wrong buttons, or they tried to click somewhere because it looked like you could click it, but I never tried to do that because I of course know that there is no button there. So that they tried to do weird stuff, which helped me to like improve the UI and the user experience. I'm thinking about, like, I'm planning to do a open beta somehow on mobile, on Android, but I've not yet looked into the whole system, how to do that. Like, I know it's possible, other games do it. Like, you can release stuff on Play Store as a beta, and then only people you gave access to it can download it. So it is possible, but I have not yet like looked into it because I'm not at the, like, the game is not yet so ready to be released in a beta. But I'm planning to do it, and as soon as I will do that, I will like try to also give my viewers the ability to play that open beta. And I'm also, like, a few things need to be added until that happens, like things in the game, like I need to make the dungeons work again so the whole gameplay loop is closed, but also like other logistic stuff. Like, right now if the game crashes, it just displays the crash message on screen, but I wish that it would like have a button that you could press so I get sent the crash message. So that would be useful for the testers, that they could like find stuff, find crashes or bugs and submit them to me so I can fix them. And there are also solutions for that, like services you can use and implement into the code for crash logs and stuff. But I've also not looked at those things yet because I'm not quite there yet. Maybe maybe the crash system could also involve a suggestion system. If a player has a suggestion how a menu could like be changed, or how certain features I should implement. Yeah, I'm like that's one of the advantages if you don't financially have to rely on this. Like, of course, I'm pouring my time into this project, and time is money somehow. But at least like I'm not trying to make a living from this. At least I'm not counting on it to provide me my income. I'm still like going to university and trying to do a serious career. But if it happens to be successful and I'm lucky, then I'm of course also like not denying that success, but I'm not trying to go full into it. Like, it's still a hobby, and maybe it will be a job later, but if not, it's fine, because it's also fun to make the game. And I guess this is my biggest hobby. Yeah, maybe that answered it for you. Like, I'm making games since 12 years, maybe. That's also when I started programming, because I wanted to make games. And before I could program, I would do like use map editors in different games and make very unbalanced and weird maps in what was it? Unreal Tournament had a nice map editor. And then later I found a program that lets you mod Pokemon Fire Red. Then that's what I was doing for a few months. I tried to make my own version of Pokemon Fire Red, and it was also very weird. And then later I started learning like PHP and CSS, and started making a Pokemon browser game. And I've worked so many weeks on that. And then at the end, like, there wasn't even a goal, because Nintendo like doesn't allow for fan-made games. I don't know, like, I've played video games, of course, since I was a very little child. And I also in general always have the interest in different things. So I always ask myself, like, how do you make this yourself? This also counts for other domains. I also like have other hobbies, and those also were triggered because I wanted to know how to make it myself. So for example, I'm also like starting to make my own clothes. So I have a sewing machine and other tools, and I'm slowly learning how to sew and make clothes. That's nice. I've also played Lineage 2 back then. Like, a friend of mine was I really like Lineage 2. Like, I've always played it casually, but I've poured many hours into that. Like, in Lineage 2, I've never reached the end game. Like, I've been in a guild with a friend, But I could never level to the like, even though I played on a private server which had like 5 times the XP rate, or even 10 times, I couldn't ever reach the end game levels because it was a private, like, illegal server, right? So either I lost the interest in it, or the server was shut down or something, so I always lost my progress. Like, I guess, like, I've never experienced the end game of Lineage, like, never done any serious raiding, or not even sure what it has, like if it's similar to World of Warcraft. Like, I know there's PvP and raid type content, but I've never experienced it. Yeah, like, and there's this big sword in the game, right? And it can only be possessed by one player at a time. I remember some sort of that lore, and you would, like, there was an event where the whole screen would shake when somebody got the sword or lost the sword. Yeah, the demon swords. Is it only one sword, or is it multiple swords? Okay. I also remember being ripped off in player shops in this big town where all the players sit in the center of the town, like, and have their shops while they're offline. I remember, like, what was this item called? Like, scroll, like those ancient scrolls you could enchant weapons with. Like, I remember somebody put a very similar item into the shop, so you would, like, mix them up and pay millions of the currency to buy the useless item because you didn't read it fully. So once or twice I've been, like, ripped off, like, by that. That was also very funny. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah. I've never reached that. Like, I've managed to get a wolf in the game. Like, there's this wolf quest, right? And I've also managed to grow him to the bigger state. I think I've mounted the wolf later. I also remember these super long class upgrade quests where you, like, I think I always played orcs or dark elves, I don't remember. And when you become, like, what's it called? Yeah, destroyer, I think. I really like the names and, like, the whole, like, terminology here with all those names. And I remember this very long quest where I had to go very deep into some mountain or something, and it took hours. And it, even with, like, the wiki, using the wiki, I wasn't always able to, like, find all the clues, or find all the things you have to do. But it was also, like, after you did it, it was you felt very accomplished that you managed to pull that off. And you never wanted to do it again. Yeah, I'm also like, I have mixed feelings for grind in video games. Like I'm also very like I cannot get addicted to substances, so I can drink alcohol, but I will do it on a reasonable frequency, and I'm not getting addicted to it or other substances. But I can easily get addicted to like video game grind. Like I've played hundreds of hours of Terraria or Minecraft only to like farm items, and at the end you come to the realization like I just spent all of these hours to just change numbers in my computer. Like it was fun, of course, but what was all of that for? Like, it's, when you play multiple hours of something, then you come to that realization at some point and think like everything I do here is useless. Like has no purpose. Yeah, I have this rule also. I never I will never drink if I don't feel happy. Like I'm not using it as a tool to get happy. I only consume it with friends when it's already a nice evening and we can improve that. Like not that we like on purpose think, oh, we should improve the evening now using alcohol, but it's like if I do something with my friends in the evening, it's most likely that we drink something, but not all the time. But it's not like we need it. At least that's what you think. That's also like very dangerous. Maybe you think like, you don't need it, but why do you do it anyways every time? Maybe you lie to yourself. But that's a very deep topic. Maybe I should like this thought of like grind in video games is also very struggling for me when I work on my game, because I can determine the everything in the game, right? I can say I can only change one line of code and say something now takes 10 times the time or resource. So it's very hard for me to balance the game because I don't want to waste somebody's time. Like I want to like I could make every building in the game take 1 real hour to be constructed, and it would add nothing to the fun. Like it would be grindy then, but it wouldn't be more fun. So where's the point? But if it's instantaneous, like when I'm in debug mode and I place a building and it just appears, like that's also not fun. Like there's somewhere the sweet spot where it's fun, where the fun curve has its maximum, right? And it's very hard to find that, for me at least. Maybe that comes later when I do more testing with other people. But it's very. I've noticed it already when I played my game. I noticed it after playing 1 hour. Like most of the stuff I do here is waiting. Why I'm not? Why doesn't the game allow me to do stuff? Like I wait for buildings to be constructed. I wait for crops to grow. But there's nothing to do. But that's also why I'm adding those dungeon fights, because you can always do something in the dungeons, even if your village is on a halt, or if it's like if you're in the village waiting for something, you could by like spend the time in the dungeon, do fights, and the village, as you can see, this message only appears because something happened in the village. So the village is still updated in the background. Yeah, that's interesting. Like coming up with different levels of difficulty for the game is also not easy, I think. That's something I also think about often, because like in yeah, it's a general problem. I'm not the only one having it. Like I'm not sure if I like the way that the Diablo games solve that. So you could always like change the difficulty and increase it. But then you would think like, okay, I just can make the enemy values larger, so they're bigger to compared to mine, or it just takes me more time to kill them, or maybe I cannot kill all of them. So now it's only a numbers game. Like, so what's the point in it anyways? Like, if I can just use a slider to change the number of hit points or attack. So, but that's also a problem of the scroll the Diablo games in general. Like at the end, they're just a big grind. You just walk through it and kill everything and find the loot. That's also kind of their what they are trying to achieve. That's also fun. I've played a few hundred hours of Diablo 3, so it was fun. But at some point in the end, you think like, what am I doing here? Still, why am I still going into dungeons and killing the same enemies all the time, only to maybe get a slightly better armor or something? Like, I'm in my game. I'm trying to find a point where I can tell the player like, if you wish to, you could still play now, but if the game's content is now over. Like, I guess I will add multiple. Like we have 9 biomes in the game. Like I have 9 biomes in the game. Let me look at them. You cannot. You can see all of them. Those are the 9 biomes, and there are all of the biomes contain different types of dungeons. So I think I will, in the end, have 9 bosses you can defeat, which is already enough to implement. Like that's a lot of work to implement 9 different bosses with different abilities and textures. Yeah, I even thought about why not have multiple enemies per biome, like one simpler one and one hard one. And as soon as you defeat all of the bosses, be it 9 or be it 18 or some multiple of 9, then it would, like, this would be the end of the game. You could still then play the game, because you could still make more villages, but the point of the game is to defeat all the bosses. And all of the gameplay inside the villages is also only there to make your squads stronger. So you buy and sell stuff to have more resources to make better equipment, and you place, or you build. Later you can unlock all of these jobs that create armor and weapons. So right now we don't have the required parts, but we can craft all of the different weapon types ourselves, and depending on the quality of the ingredients, the better the outcome will be, and the better equipment we have in the fights. So everything in the villages is only there to create the loadout of our squad. Oh, let me test this. What happens if the day ends in dungeon? That's weird. We render the map in the background. That should not happen. But at least it doesn't crash or something. Okay, let's see. I think I now want to do this one here. If we did a move and all the moves have been played back, then we want to, if we still have stamina left, be able to make another move and not stop. Because this turnover will increment this index, which means the next person on the list is, or the next unit on this list actor is updating its their move. So let me see, how can I do that? Yeah, if I return true here from this method, cannot see it. If I return true from the update method, and right now I don't return. Oh, I do, but only when this method call will increment the current actor. So we don't want to do that. So I remove this here and then action is over. This is a squad member, and we do have wait, let me and if the actor still has stamina left, then we return true, else we return false, and here we also return false. Or maybe I will put that down here. So that should give us the ability to make multiple moves per turn. Because from the simulation menu, we will be sent back to the move selection menu. But if it's not a squad member, wait, it must be, of course, an and, else it would also do that if it's a enemy with more than 0 stamina. And right now, the enemies will only make one move per turn, because they are not smart enough yet to do anything else, and we also don't have health bars or health values right now, so that will happen later when we have health bars. Then we can do attacks, and then the actors can die. And then I start doing simple AI where the enemies will try to find somebody to attack and walk there and do it. But that's also something to think about later. Let's see. Like a very smart AI should plan the whole turn in one go, like find somebody to attack and then walk there and do the attack. But right now the AI just walks somewhere, and if it then again decides to do something and there's nobody to attack, like it has to have some foresight to plan moves to combine like movements and attacks. So that's something to think about later. Ah yeah, I do take this into consideration. Let's make the break rock not 20 anymore, but 5. Let's see if the game lets us do multiple moves per turn. We have 10 stamina, we consume 2, and then the game acts very weirdly. That's funny, okay. Let's see why that happens. I guess the thing is called because I didn't put it in a else. Yeah, when we run this on an enemy or on us, and it's not 0. Like this is called every frame, so every frame I right now call turnover, which is of course not what I want. Nice. Now we have stamina left and we can make another move. Until we have nothing left, then the enemy acts and we have again we could even like move one tile per individually. Now it says not enough stamina because I did make it 10, I guess. No, 5. But yeah, I have to make it equal larger then. We can walk to a rock, and since we have stamina left, we can break it. And right now we also move on the position of the rock, but I could remove that and then end the turn. Oh, okay. Now end turn does not end our turn. Just waits for for a few frames and then pretends that we still have stamina left, and it wants us to do another move. So I have to put a force end here, some maybe. So when I call end move from menu here, end turn, here I add the force move end, or set it to true. And then when the thing is over, set it back to false. So next round it's usable again. So that should give us the ability to end our move, although we have stamina left. Let's see. So we walk, still have stamina, press end turn, and then didn't work. Because I never used it. Let's put this in turn over. Now it should. Okay, nice. Now it actually ends our move, and the next one is doing something. Nice. Okay, nice. Okay, what's the next thing to do? So maybe I should skip. So dead actors will still be in the data structures of the fight, but I will just skip them during the selection here. Oh no. So this could turn into an infinite loop if all of the actors are dead, so I must make sure that I somehow prevent that. So maybe I need to check here. Let's make it like that for now. Maybe I will do it more sophisticated later, but so we then return from here, and that will be the last thing called in the simulate method. And then it will not return true. Oh wait, no. If we, yeah, this will only be called if there is an actor, because we just used him in the last round. He could have died in the meantime, so that's a bug. I can just check for that actually. So I only return true if he's not dead. He doesn't want to end his move if he still has stamina. Else I go into that method. Then I check if the fight is over, and if it is, we will just return. Do nothing here with the other enemies or actors. So this will return false, which brings us here. This is false, and the fight is over. We can return this here to the dungeon manager. So the dungeon manager must be open right now, and is also the child. The dungeon manager is the parent of the dungeon fight menu, which means I have to do sibling transition. So we keep the parent and do new menu dungeon main. Interesting. Let's see. Like, I cannot test this right now because nobody can die, but I can implement that easily by just insta-killing them without a health bar and adding the attack action. So let's use attack melee for that. And then add this So this end term action is actually only a small delay, but it's not ending the turn. So maybe I rename that. So I just pass the ID of our actor and the ID of the victim, and I need to make sure that they are next to each other in the menu where I select the enemy. So I need another method here. So this will for now only look for non-squad members, but later it should be more generic, so also the enemies can look for us. Oh, I also have to make sure it's not, but that's okay, I'm only looking for squad members. But later I also don't, we cannot see ourselves because we don't look at our position. Skip the dead ones. Oh wait, I will need to check for the stamina. And that brings us to the menu in which we select, or maybe I will skip the selection and just take one of them for testing reasons, and later I will do the selection, because that takes some time to implement the selection, because that's all of those lines of code. Oh wait, I don't even check if this actor is on that tile. Same here. So this could be empty, but is then returned? I think 0. Yeah, that's not what I want. Because 0 is one of the members. tag first us. Do I need to? I don't even need to pass it as a actor. I can just pass the ID. And the enemy ID. And now the action must actually do something here. In this case, just kill the guy without any delay. I could add a delay here before and after. Let's see. So that should do for now. Let's test it. Did I forget something here? Let's hope not. Okay, now he's still visible because it's now at location -1, So I know he's still in the game, just dead, and he will also be skipped if I end the move. Everybody will move but him. That's nice. So let's kill all of them and see if the game crashes or we go back to the dungeon menu. Do we still have stamina left? No, we don't. The game didn't end. Oh, we didn't end our turn. So we can check here if the game ended. Like if we return true here, this just means our actor still is able to fight. Do something. But so I can check here if the fight is over as well. So I don't have to do end turn, which will then hopefully... Okay, now it's stuck forever. Somehow. Inside of the simulation. Yeah, let's test it again. And I will move away anyway, so I will have to wait for them. So now nobody makes a move. Why? Guess I messed up this method here. No, I didn't. I check if they are dead, I continue, else I increment these numbers. And if one of the number is 0, the fight is over. I guess I must use the debugger to find the issue here. Okay, now we don't have any enemy. So we wait. It's the delay. I guess. But we don't go to the menu. So the transition menu is open, but it doesn't play back. Maybe it's because the speed somehow gets set to 0. All of those speeds are non-zero. I think I'm going to take a small break and find the solution afterwards. So I'll be right back. Okay, let's find out why this transition is not working here. Which one is it? Here. Update the simulation. Or come back. Okay, now we trigger this all the time. Let's remove it first and inside of the dungeon fight. I can trigger it as soon as it stops. That should put the fight over to true. Yeah, it does. And then return from here because you don't need to do anything here anymore. Return false. And now I want to see what happens. Oh, the speed is 0. Yeah, that's the issue. Of course, it's not transitioning if there's no speed to the transition. That's what I thought. Okay. I am now in the dungeon menu, but the game still renders the fight. Because I didn't set the mode of the menu. Okay, that's easy. Transition away. But that means the... No, I don't do it here. Do it when I enter this menu. Okay, now the rooms in the dungeon are not revealed because we want to put it to reveal rooms first. Let's make sure that the fight is only spawning one enemy, so I don't have to kill them all the times. That's a bit weird. Those transitions don't work properly yet. I will sort that out soon. Okay, that's not the best way. Maybe I still want to stay on the grid fight to loot stuff if there's something left. Like It will probably later put chests on the map. And if you don't loot them during the fight, you can do that after the fight. So we don't want to go back to the dungeon menus immediately. So let's have a return here. We don't want to do this. Oh wait, maybe we want. Depends. Maybe I just pass a boolean here. We come from the fight or not. Oh, and then when we are inside here, end of the transition. Still. Ah, I see. This is called when entering the menu. But I expect this also to be called when we enter this menu at the first time. Ah, I know. We just open the menu. We transition to the dungeon menu. Okay, nice. Now the full screen transition only happens when going into the dungeon, and if we enter and we are in a fight, the next transition will be only the lower half of the screen. That looked weird. So let's use debug transitions. They are very slow, which allows me to observe what happens during the transition. Wait, this is taking so much time. I should make this toggleable from anywhere. Yeah, this is happening at the wrong location. Don't think so. Like, I think that happens. That happens to me when I just close Chrome. When I reopen it, it will have all the old tabs. But I'm not sure if that happens all the time. But that's not the thing you want. Like, you want a shortcut on your desktop to open multiple. I don't know how to do that. I'm not sure if Chrome is able to do that on its own or if you need an extension for that. Like, there are desktop shortcuts to single websites. So maybe. Like, you know, like when you right click a tab, you can create a group of tabs. And maybe you can then somehow save the group for later. But on the first glimpse, I cannot see that feature. Like, you can manipulate a group at once, close all tabs, or move all tabs to a new window or something. Like a little trick I do. Like, you know how you can move multiple links into one directory inside of your bookmark list, and when you middle click those the directory, all the websites get opened at once. Like, I do that for stuff I use frequently, but that's still not on the desktop. But I think you can do something with the, like, when you are in your bookmarks and you have a directory of multiple bookmarks, that thing has a unique URL, and maybe you can use that inside of a file on the desktop. So when you drag that onto the desktop, but that doesn't create a proper shortcut. Let's see. Yeah, I know, like Chrome is very bloated. I also like try to not open many tabs when I stream because I don't have much memory on my system right now. Only 8 gigabytes of RAM. And yeah, for coding it's mostly enough. Like Android Studio or IntelliJ is also quite hungry when it comes to memory, but it works. But if I have too many things open, then I notice it after some time that, like at the end of a stream, when I try to close everything, then my computer gets laggy until it's like freed all the memory. Yeah, yeah, it's OBS. Yeah, I've reduced, like I'm only streaming 20 FPS. Yeah, only also don't have any frame drops. Like at least none that come from my system. Like of course yesterday for example I had like a small internet hiccup. So then I of course, okay, maybe I have on your end, like my end says I have 0. So on your end it says 8. Yeah, but did the laptop like stream, like your other machine streamed longer than your laptop, right? So it didn't get the frame drops? Or did you in parallel stream both? Okay. Okay, I think I got the menu stuff sorted out. Finally. So now let's test. Let's test it. Thank you. Let's okay, that's weird. Let's see. Actually, end turn. Like when the fight is over, or let's say when we are inside of the fight, then end turn is just something like wait and do nothing and skip, like let the next unit update. And when the fight is over, like right now I allow the player to, even though all the enemies are gone, keep on exploring the room, but this is buggy right now. Yeah, I guess like later when I will implement the actual fight mechanics, then I will probably do something like walk to next enemy or something. But right now when I walk to one enemy, he will always walk to a random position, so I have to be lucky that I'm in the range of him the next move. But I still need to find these menu bugs. I see, this is, maybe that's not needed. It depends. Like it should be a full screen transition when we come from the overworld and we immediately like go into this menu immediately. Is this possible right now? Let's see, we get the menu from here, we get the fight menu, and then we get the simulate menu. So it's possible to go to simulate from the overworld, and then we of course want it to be a full screen menu. So maybe I also have to pass in a boolean here in fight. And then update all the calls, and here I'm not in the fight, so it's false. but from the dungeon, from the fight main menu, it is like it's basically all the time. No, that's true. Okay, the round does not increase now. Cannot get back any stamina. Although I put force move end here. But this is returning. Remember, I have to get rid of that, find the next unit. This could like break if there's no units, but let's hope that's not happening. Maybe I will then check for that. But I want to give stamina to all alive units. Still don't get any. Oh wait, that's wrong here. Seems like the fight is not updating. Oh, wait, I also don't want to do this here. That didn't change what I was looking for, I think. Let's see. Oh no, didn't start in debug mode. Wait, we didn't even move. There's something completely messed up here. Didn't even do the move. Because you always transition? Ah, that's why the queue was filling. We always left the playback menu. And now the rounds increase and we get back stamina. We can, after the fight, explore the room. Nice. So if I now press leave, we actually leave. I can start a new fight. Okay, nice. It seems like all of these weird bugs have been solved. So this instance will always be there, but I will make it just a dummy. And only the one I myself create when click on new fight, that one should be real. Oh, that's... So that means when we game get menu, let's create a new save file so I can test this. Okay. So this reveal animation will only be played once per load of the save file, or if we leave the menu, it will then be resetted and played back if we enter this again. Okay, now I can put more work into the actual fight, not the menu stuff. Let's see what should be added next. I should work on the order of the units now, I think. You mean this C2D scroll panes? I've never used them, I think, or maybe once. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh no, where did I create this menu? We can just put separate menus here. So we sort all the units by their fight order. So right now the fight order is randomly generated, but later it will be like determined by some reals values of our squad and the enemy types. So the more tanky enemy types will of course be later in the order, and our squad, depending on how, I'm not sure yet how I will do that. Like there's an agility skill in the game right now. I used to use it for the order in the old fight system, but I can think of more variation here. Maybe I could also use the, like if the squad member is wearing a heavy armor, maybe they should be later in the order, but they already will have the disadvantage that maybe their movement stamina cost will be bigger. So now it's sorted, and then I want to fill this icon list with the positions. Wait, dot. Wait, I want to interpolate here. Wait, there's a typo. Okay, we crash, nice. Ah, okay. Oh, wait. Wait a minute, that's not correct. Wait, we're not the first one, but I don't take the order from here. Ooh. We are in the fight. Okay, something is messed up here. Oh, that's not correct. That's weird that we always use the full screen transitions. Okay, I think that's it for today. That was a very long stream, and I could get a few things done, like the fights now work At least like I can enter and leave a fight. And now also the order is displayed to the player and also used when the fight starts. That's nice. I think I will not be able to stream tomorrow, but Monday I think I will. And then I also won't work on the game tomorrow because I'm meeting a few friends. You won't miss anything. So thank you for watching and see you then. Bye.